Hey, wow, that never usually works quite as well as that. So thank you for your attention. I'm going to call our meeting to order. We're 6 o'clock and we'll begin with Canada. So if you could rise for O Canada and remain standing for a moment of silent meditation.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us common. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you. Okay, attendance, Madam Clerk.
We have all in attendance, Your Worship.
Thank you. If there's any disclosure of pecuniary interest in general nature thereof, you can make that statement now or when the item arrives on the agenda. Councillor Torrance.
Thank you. I'm going to be declaring a pecuniary interest in the matter of the Legion and the designation at the Legion. I did receive advice from Tony Fleming, our attorney, back in March, on March 9th, because I am a member of the Heritage Committee and so have not participated in the discussion at either the Heritage Committee nor tonight because I am a member of the Royal Canadian Legion.
So this is for item 7.1 when we have the delegation?
Correct.
Okay.
As well as on the committee of the whole, but I'll declare it again then.
Okay. Councillor Torrance. Councillor Suter.
Unlike Councillor Torrance, I am not on the Heritage Committee and therefore up to this point have not been officially involved in any of the discussion regarding the designation of the Legion. I have been informed that the Tony Fleming has said that we should not be involved as members of the Legion. I am a member of the Legion, but I do not feel there is any conflict of interest because I have never received any financial benefit from the Legion, and consequently, I'm not sure at this stage whether we are going to bring to a vote that designation, but I would request, if it happens, that we defer it for 2 weeks.
Councillor, this is the delegation. This is not where we're going to be having any discussion and whatnot. So are you declaring on the delegation that we're going to be having from the Legion?
No, I won't declare on the delegation. And thank you. I was under the impression there was going to be discussion on it tonight. But
there's discussion on the committee of the whole side.
Yeah.
The delegation is just like any of the delegations we receive. We can ask questions,
right,
but we won't be debating.
Good.
Does that make sense?
That puts me in the clear.
Okay. All right. Any other declarations? Okay. Seeing none, I have Councillor Torrance's declaration on 7.1. We have our consent list. So there's the agenda and the minutes. Our motion is that the council approve the consent item 6.1 to 6.2. Is there a mover and seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Ferguson and Councillor Lowe. Any discussion or comments? Seeing none, all in favor? Thank you. So the agenda is adopted and the minutes approved. So this brings us to item 7.1, the delegation from John Dalgety, President of the Legion, Branch 240. If you'd like to come on up, John, you're welcome to take a seat.
Good evening, members of council. This feels very familiar to me. It's been quite a while. I realize you know myself and Paul, and maybe not this gentleman beside me. For the record, I'm John Dalgety, and I'm currently the president of Branch 240. Paul Waters is currently the vice president, and Lieutenant Colonel retired Kevin Cabman is the second vice. On behalf of the executive and the members of the Royal Canadian Legion Branch 240, we are here this evening to represent the wishes from our organization regarding the heritage designation of the Legion building. We, of course, are aware that the Heritage Committee has recommended to you that the Legion building should be designated as a heritage building, and we and our members have taken a vote on the topic and opposed the designation. We provide a service to our local veterans and to our community. The Legion is a member and community-funded, volunteer-run organization. The membership has expressed concern that a heritage designation will impose serious financial burdens on our branch. With our primary financial responsibility to support our veterans and community programs, it's very difficult to support a measure that would divert very limited funds away from these services towards specialized heritage standard contractors and materials, very increased insurance rates, etc., for the matter of designating the building. The building has been taken care of by our community for over 80 years. Generation after generation of our local veterans and citizens have taken great pride in keeping this building going without a process in place of how to do it. The true heritage of Branch 240 lies in the service provided to our veterans and the community. Prioritizing the physical image over the financial viability of the organization threatens the very institution our community wishes to honor. The members of Branch 240 request that the members of council respect the democratic decision of our veterans and members. We ask that the proposal for designation be withdrawn, allowing us to continue our service to the community without the burden of restrictive heritage oversights and costs. We are open to alternative ways to celebrate the building's history that do not involve the legal restrictions of a designation. We are also open to answering any questions if you wish. And thank you.
Very succinct. You got 10 minutes and you've used 2 of them. I think you recall what it's like having a lengthy delegation. So thanks a lot, John. Are there any questions to the delegation? Go ahead, Councillor Lowe.
Hi, John. Thanks very much. Can you just clarify the difficulties around insurance, the difference between heritage and not heritage for insurance? Thanks.
So I actually got an opinion from the insurance company today. The rates increased substantially. There is a cycle of assessments that need to take place with recommendations. And there's a thing called reinsurance that they want to discuss with us. And it may be a risk for reinsurance. That's what we're being told. Yeah.
Thank you. John, have you ever just talked to the Heritage Committee and say, listen, this is the situation we're in, and we've looked after this building for 80 years and we really haven't destroyed it? Have you done any of that?
At the meeting where they recommended to council, I did submit a letter stating that information and basically what I just said here. Mm-hmm. And the results speak for itself. We're here today.
Have you pointed out to them that actually the men and women who benefit from this building actually fought for our freedom and for democracy, and their institution would not exist if we were not a democracy? So I find that all a little bit ironic. Thank you.
Any other questions of the delegation? No, it's okay.
I forgot, I have one more. Can you explain the ownership? Is it owned by the Legion in Canada or international? I don't think it's owned.
So
by-
it is owned by Royal Canadian Legion Branch 240. And there is some, this was just brought to our attention as well. I don't know how many years ago, probably 15 to 20 years ago, when Diane Smithson was CIO here, she put a memo in it that it said Royal Canadian Legion, and her memo said Branch 240. So it's a little housekeeping that was brought to our attention that we'll have to address.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. Having read the history in the recommendations, I just want to be sure.
Seeing nothing, Councillor Sooner?
I was just wondering, do you have any photographs, images of that building before it began to be altered?
Well, I think it was probably being altered all along the way inside. The outside the building, other than the third floor, there was a fire, I believe, in the 1950s, and there used to be a third floor on that building. And the third floor was destroyed and removed to put the roof back on the second floor and never rebuilt it. I'm sure there's probably an old picture in the Legion somewhere that I could dig up that would show what it looked like on the outside, and it's pretty much the same as it is today, other than missing a floor.
Yes, and it did not have the same roof or roof profile when it was replaced as it had before the fire. Can you also tell people how many additions and alterations have been put on to the original building?
On the back of the building, if you drive around it, you can see the difference between the stone in the front and the back. It's stucco. And there's been additions of kitchens. There's an elevator, stairs. I don't know. I believe the stairs was probably put in at some point on one side of it. I don't know a whole lot of timelines when different construction projects took place. Recently, over the last 5 years, it's been updated inside. And from what we understand, that the designation does not involve the inside, just the outside stone part of the building.
Okay. Deputy Mayor?
Yes, I'm just wondering, you've talked about the back of the building and everything, so what does the heritage designation include for your building?
According to their documentation, it's the stone part of the building, the outside of the building, not including the stucco and not including inside. That part of the building is, like I said, other than the fire destroyed the third floor of it, it's never been changed, and there's no plan for it to be changed.
All right, I'm not seeing anything further. Thank you very much
Thank
for
you.
joining us. Thanks for answering questions. Thank you for bringing a few members of your executive with us here this evening as well. It's good to see you.
Thank you very much.
All right, our motion is that the delegation from John Dalgety, President of Legion Branch 240, be received as information. So our mover and seconder. Thank you, Deputy Mayor and Councillor Holmes. All in favor? Thank you. Thanks. Councillor Torrance is in earshot. She can join us again. Oh, there she is. Welcome back, Councillor Torrance. So our second item is a petition, and it is from the residents of Montgomery Park Road. It's about short-term rentals. Joe, are you speaking? If you want to come on up. And just while you're getting settled, we don't often have petitions. Are you bringing up some information? Okay. We often have delegations. We often have deputations. It's not often that we have petitions. So I'm just asking the clerk to remind us of what the procedure is and whatnot. I think this might be the first one of the term. So made sure we had one this term. Yeah, well done. You just give us a sec here. Are you pulling up the,
Are you just looking about what council's role is in all of this? Or what are you, is that what you?
Yes.
So. So once the clerk's office receives a petition that adheres to the petition policy as it's written, which this one has, council has the opportunity, or the petitioner has the opportunity to present to council, and then council has the option to either just receive the petition as information. You can refer it to an item of new business at a future meeting for further consideration and debate. You can refer it to a committee or to staff to review and draft a report and bring back to committee of the whole. Or again, you can refer it to another item on this agenda. There's no item on this agenda that really makes sense. So really the options are receive as information, direct it to a committee or staff for further consideration and report back, or refer it to the other new business at a future agenda meeting.
So I'm just thinking for this one, referring it to a committee, like it wouldn't be Heritage Committee, wouldn't be
So-
accessibility, so we don't, it would be committee of the
just
whole.
be to committee of the
Committee of
whole
the whole,
or
okay.
to staff, yes.
Right. All right, thank you for clarifying, just so we know what the lay of the land is. Whenever you'd like to go ahead, Joe, the button just to your right is what will bring you on to the air here with us.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Joe Scipione, and I'm a resident of Montgomery Park Road. I'm here to respectfully ask council to consider banning or significantly restricting short-term rentals in our waterfront neighborhood on Montgomery Park Road. Our road is a small established residential community consisting of approximately 28 waterfront homes in a bay on Mississippi Lake. Most of these homes are primary residents occupied year-round by families, retirees, and long-term residents who have invested not only financially, but personally in maintaining a quiet, safe, and respectful neighborhood. Recently, a large home on our street is sold and has been turned into an Airbnb. And we are worried that this may happen to more properties in the future. The lots on our road are relatively narrow, averaging approximately 60 feet wide, which means homes are in close proximity to one another. Unlike larger rural or resort properties, activities occurring on one property directly affects neighboring homes. Noise, parking, lighting, late-night gatherings, increased traffic, and frequent turnover of occupants are not isolated impacts in a neighborhood like ours. They are shared impacts. One of the most important reasons people choose to live in our community is the ability to peacefully enjoy their homes and surroundings. Residents reasonably expect quiet enjoyment of their property, privacy, security, and a sense of stability in their neighborhood. These are not abstract concerns. These are central to residential living and community well-being. Short-term rentals fundamentally change the nature of the residential neighborhood. They introduce a revolving door of temporary occupants who have no long-term connections to the community, no investment in relationships with neighbors, and limited accountability for the ongoing impacts their presence may create. Previously, our street felt safe because we know our neighbors. Homes and vehicles were not locked as we knew everyone. We recognized the vehicles, the people walking the road, and the activities around us. There's a sense of familiarity and trust that has developed over many years. Introducing short-term rentals changes that dynamic significantly. Constant turnover of unknown visitors can undermine the sense of safety and community cohesion. This is particularly important in a waterfront area where properties are closely connected through shared road access, shoreline activity, boating, and outdoor living. Increased transient occupancy can create pressures related to parking, waste management, septic systems, road conditions, noise, trespassing, and emergency access, all within an area that was designed and developed for residential use, not commercial accommodation operations. We understand the property owners value their rights. However, property rights must be balanced with the rights of surrounding residents to enjoy their homes without unreasonable disruption. Operating a short-term rental is fundamentally different from living in leasing a home long-term. It introduces a commercial use into a residential setting. We are asking council to protect the existing character and livability of our neighborhood by either prohibiting short-term rentals in low-density residential waterfront areas, or implementing strict regulations, including minimum rental durations, owner occupancy requirements, licensing and enforcement mechanisms, occupancy limits, parking restrictions, noise bylaws with meaningful penalties, and mandatory setbacks or spacing requirements between short-term rentals. Without strong regulation, residents will bear the burden of enforcement and ongoing neighborhood disruption. This issue is not about opposing tourism or visitors. It is about preserving stable residential communities and ensuring that neighborhoods designed for permanent residents do not gradually transform into commercial lodging districts. Council has an opportunity to act proactively before problems become widespread and irreversible. We respectfully ask you to prioritize the long-term well-being, safety, and quiet enjoyment of the residents who call this community home year-round. Also, please note that I am happy to work with Mississippi Mill staff to attain the above goals, whether we establish a test case scenario or a permanent solution. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. And thank you for the information here as well that we had supplementing your presentation. Appreciate it very much. Are there any questions to the presentation? Councillor Torrance?
I'm really happy to get this information, especially your examples that you have attached here. I know that over the last 4 years, I've gone to lots of sessions at various conferences around short-term rentals and the bylaws that can be created or how to manage short-term rentals, licensing requirements, etc. So I think very interesting, and I'm happy that you brought it forward for our attention and perhaps action. So thank you.
Councillor Suter?
I too have heard presentations from other communities, specifically one of the leaders in drawing up legislation, local legislation, and procedures for policing short-term rentals, and that was in Kawartha Lakes, where short-term rentals had become a relatively major business activity within the community. So we do have models, but I'm very interested in pursuing this as an issue. And I just hope that you will have some patience, because we can't turn around from June
Understood, yeah.
to introduce something in August. So yes, thank you all for coming, and I can appreciate your trepidation and anxiety faced with this. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Yes, about a year ago, I had already asked the planner about a bylaw for short-term rentals, and we don't have one in existence right now. So I hope that you can work with the staff, and I feel that I know the anxiety it must feel with every weekend when you're trying to enjoy your property. So thank you very much, and I hope things work out good for you.
Thank you.
Councillor Holmes and Councillor Ferguson. Can you turn your mic off? Rick?
Yeah, I'm fine.
There we go.
Well, I echo what my fellow council people have said. I'm just out of curiosity, have you tried to talk to the owner of it in the short term, or is that impossible? Yeah, so you're not getting a response.
Sorry, do you mind putting your microphone back on, Joe? No, that's okay.
Thank you.
We can only have 3 on at a time. It's
The
turns into a problem.
problem is, it's a bigger home. It has an indoor pool. And it's basically, it's designed for partying, if that's what people are gonna use it as an Airbnb, and that's what seems to happen. We've been, the first time they actually rented it to somebody, we had break-ins on our road and cars and everything else. Traffic, amount of cars, there was one time there was 13 vehicles, and it's a 4-bedroom home. So I don't even know what kind of strains that puts on the septic systems and what that eventually does to the water for us, like we're all on wells, so that's another concern for us. And we are a small community, there's only 28 homes. It's not like it's spread out over kilometers.
Well, certainly if you think there's bylaw infractions, please feel free to phone our bylaw department and report them. I think that's one step that you can take as a starter. Okay. In the meantime, we'll work on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Ferguson.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. I appreciate the examples you use for your regulations, which I'm sure we can work with you on it because I can sympathize with you. I can sure it's an issue, and certainly it's going to take some time. I think, as we've stated, it doesn't happen overnight in government, unfortunately, but yes, I certainly hope for the best for it. Thank you.
Councillor Lowe.
Thanks. I won't reiterate what everybody else said. We've emailed back and forth. And I let you know that I'm in the exact same situation. I'm now on a private road and there's an Airbnb beside me. So far, so good. But it will let me, keep an eye on different things we should be concerned about. Septic is a big concern for me because the permit you might get for septic for a 4-bedroom house might not cover 13 people every weekend. So what I'd like to do is, and I've forgotten what the clerk said we can do, refer to the committee of the whole, but I'd rather refer to staff.
Yeah, we can refer to staff, I think is a better.
Refer to staff
Yeah.
for some research.
Yeah.
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 Okay.
I'm not seeing anything further. Just to reiterate what Councillor Holmes said in the interim, please make sure you're reporting things. If there are bylaw infractions, if there are policing matters, it's really it's very helpful for us if we have data that we can point to, because as you can imagine, as we continue a conversation on this, there is the other side. There's those who benefit from renting portions of their homes and whatnot. So we need to be able to demonstrate where there is an issue and how that has impacted your quality of life on Montgomery. So if I can leave you with one thing to try to do immediately is please report that. Call the bylaw. Call the police number. Did you want to add something, Councillor Holmes?
I do, because having just recently attended a meeting with some residents, not around this particular, but they were so annoyed with something that was happening, they decided they might take things into their own hands. What I would really say to you, and there was OPP people present at the meeting, said, do not do that. Please do not do that. The issue was like, I'm going to throw stones at them. Well, if you throw a stone at them, they're blinded. You're in trouble, so please don't.
Wise words, Councillor Holmes. Councillor Suter?
Just one short question. I wondered, with this large home that has become the Airbnb, is the owner physically present at all times? Okay,
No longer a primary residence, huh?
thank you.
Never was. Never was. It was always.
Sorry, we're speaking with Joe. Thank you.
Okay,
Please go ahead.
It was purchased with the intention of making.
Yeah, from the beginning, eh?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So building on Councillor Lowe, your comment, Our motion then I would suggest is that the petition from Joe Scipone. Close?
Scipione.
Schiponi.
Close
Oh.
enough.
Oh, the SC is sh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Anyway, we were going to accept as information, but you also want to refer to staff. Or I think we want to look at some of this information, some of what we have heard in the presentation, and then what we've been hearing in some of the other communities. Yeah. Okay. Did staff catch all that?
So that the matter be referred to staff? Do you want me to put with the goal to build or to
Maybe that's with, yeah, maybe that's probably,
just leave it with referred to staff? Or do you want to provide that direction?
let's just leave it. I think that's implied.
Okay.
It's implied. It's implied that this information will be reviewed. We're going to be looking for information based on this, so.
Mind sending that information to the clerks? We have all that background? Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right. So staff have what they need for that motion?
Yes.
We're good? Okay. So Councillor Lowe, do you want to move that in a seconder? Councillor Ferguson, thank you very much. Actually, is there any discussion on that? No? Okay. All in favor then of that motion? Thank you. So what that means is staff are going to go away. They'll take the information you've provided. They'll take the information that you provided to my thing on. Yes. The information you provided to us in this the petition, but also in your delegation. And they'll take a look at what is happening in other communities, what is the scenario that we're seeing here, and what options there could be for council to consider. We have one meeting before our recess in July. And I don't want to suggest when staff would be bringing it back, but it wouldn't be before, the end of the summer. It might be well beyond that. I'm not getting any nods or disagreements from anyone, but just to set expectations. And I know the clerks have an election to run, so.
I think the two departments working on this will be clerks and the protective services.
Okay.
The clerks are running the election. We'll do our very best, but I can't make any promises.
Yeah. See you, Billy?
Just to add to that, most times when I've seen this work done, it does involve public consultation, like you alluded to, Mayor Lowry.
Yeah.
There's two sides to this story at least. And in other communities, when I've seen it tried to be tabled without any consultation, it usually resulted in delays.
Yeah.
So to even suggest that this would be back before first quarter 2027, that's likely where you're looking at.
So you're thinking that there would be consultation happen before something comes back here for,
Before a
Okay,
before a
that's
bylaw
what
is
you're-
tabled,
okay,
because there's a number of different ways you can do this. And
okay.
like I said, there are two sides to this story.
Mhm.
There are some costs that would have to be borne, and to just to push forward is going to be challenging.
I was thinking it would come here for us to have an understanding of sort of the lay of the land and then go out towards public consultation. But I mean, we can work out those details moving forward. But so you've been kind of making eyes. Did you want to? Okay.
I'm agreeing with you. I think it would be good to see it before it's in the context of an actual bylaw. Like, just, this is what we found. Which direction do you want to go?
Councillor Torrance?
I'm really happy that we're having the discussion about how to move it forward. Is there any way that we could have a test case? And I think the presenter alluded to this, that if we know how much public consultation we need to have the full bylaw across the full municipality, and it's a big step for us. Is there a pilot that could be done, a Mississippi Mills pilot, basically, that could have a shorter time span that informs the larger piece of information that's going? Because as we know, what happens in Almont around short-term rentals and taking up really there, instead of hotel space, that's what we have. It's very different than what happens in the rural areas around short-term rentals. And I don't know if in Mississippi Mills it's one size fits all. So could we think about a test and how that might work? And of course, this is for staff to consider and bring back to us, but it's just, I don't know if it's happened in any other municipality or not, but Is it possible?
So I don't think we're looking for an answer on that, but if that can be part of the direction on this to consider if it's a fit. Has it been done somewhere else? Has it been done in a place like ours where we have that urban rural mix of our community? But I think we'll leave it with staff to determine and advise us as able. I know you've got a busy few months and I'm sure you're like, this is not, yeah. Maybe Protective Services can think about the pilot, but we're kind of in debate mode and we're not actually supposed to be. So if you have a closing comment, I'm happy to take it, but.
Closing con?
Yeah.
I was just going to ask a simple question. Are there any public information centers scheduled for the autumn already? We've got
I
the
don't
pick
think so
coming
because
up,
we have
but
the clerks.
no, we've got an election in the
right?
middle
So,
of everything.
yeah.
I know that, but I just wondered whether anything was already scheduled. And I guess the answer is no.
So we're kind of moving into debate and we're not supposed to be in debate at this point. So I'm going to close things up here. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the information. Thank for all
you.
the neighbors coming out as well. It's very appreciated. And stay in tune. I'm certain that the clerks will communicate with you. They've got your information from the petition. We'll communicate with you as next steps unfold.
Thank you so
Okay.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so this evening we have no public meetings, so we're going to move right ahead to the Committee of the Whole report. Feel free to stay, feel free to go, whatever feels right. You're not going to hurt our feelings.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good job.
All right, so our motion is that we would approve all of the motions from the Committee of the Whole report from the 26th of May. So there's the large consent report section and then the 4 staff report items as well. Are any of these items ones that a member would like to have a separate vote or discussion on? Okay, seeing none. Our motion would be that council approve the Committee of the Whole motions from the May 26th, 2026 meeting. And I'm looking then for a mover and a seconder for that motion. Thank you, Councillor Holmes and Councillor Suter. All in favor of the motion? Thank you. And that carries. So that's 9-1, 9-2 through 9-6. And then into the council report. We have no request for support. We have no proclamations. We do have a number of time-sensitive items, however. So the first is awarding the supporting studies for the northern water main crossing. So that's the river crossing. Melanie, were you intending to give a report or anything? I mean, the report spoke for, I think, itself and the timeliness due to the seasonality.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. It is due to the seasonality. I would just highlight that there is an amended motion
Yes.
because the amount is actually a little bit higher than what's in the recommended motion.
I'm not sure if everybody had the revised motion. It's 241,000 rather than 228. Are there any questions about this item? Okay, not seeing any. Councillor Suter?
Question number 1. What happened?
Through you, Mayor, to the councillor, the original amount was provided to us by the consultant, and staff double checked the amount today and realized that the calculation was incorrect provided by the consultant. So that's
Oops.
what happened.
Okay. And one follow-up. What was the original budget amount?
Through you, Mayor, the original amount was on the original recommendation, 228, I believe. So it's a difference of about $12,000. 228, sorry, 228,347 was the original amount. So this is coming out of the account dedicated to the Northern Water Main EA overall, the project, that has two separate accounts associated with it.
Did that answer your question? So if we go to page 19, under financial implications, it shows the two budget lines. One from 2024, one for 2026.
No, well,
There, those are the
it's
two
within
lines.
it.
And that's the budgeted values in those lines. So we're
Okay,
we're
sorry,
within. No, that's okay.
I missed that.
That's all right.
And I was going through it the first time. Sure. Okay,
Okay. Any other? Yes, Councillor Suter.
I'm sorry, but when I was reading about other stuff, they were talking about front-end loading agreements on subdivisions and capital. Is this an example of one that would involve front-end agreements with developers when it's about to get built? Or is it a purely independent project for the municipality itself to improve its system?
Through you, Mayor, I think based on the project, it requires, it's going to be a multi-year project to do these background studies to start, and then it's going to be a multi-year environmental assessment process before the actual construction starts. So it's hard for me to predict whether or not this would be something that a developer would propose to front end, potentially portions of it. I think a better example would be, for example, County Road 29, some of that work could have been front-ended by the developer, for example. That would be a better, more tangible example.
I'm going to go to the revised motion, and it's the council award the supporting studies for the Northern Water Main Crossing Project to Ainley Group in the amount of $241,287 HST excluded. Is there a mover and seconder for the motion? Deputy Mayor, thank you. And Councillor Torrance. Are there any further questions or comments? Councillor Holmes?
Yeah, I just have to say thank you for finding that error. It is so embarrassing when it's wrong and then someone in the public points it out, and you know, it's just really good that your staff are being so observant. So thank you.
Councillor Torrance?
I also just wanted to point out that the report points that the proposed crossing will improve the hydraulic capacity in the northwest portion of the municipality. So it's for existing as well as for possibly new. So it's a double benefit, and I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, good point. Okay, I'm not seeing anything further. All in favor of the motion? Thank you. That carries. Thank you very much, Melanie. The second time sensitive item, this is, I think, the only time I have ever asked for council approval of a mayor expenditure. I don't actually do a whole lot of expenditures. Usually it's, you know, going to the fair and that kind of a thing where I'm making remarks and whatnot. However, a few of us were in attendance of the Battle of the Atlantic ceremony a couple weeks ago, and there's a very unique situation with retired Commander John Chance, who is a resident here in Mississippi Mills at Fairview Manor. And the veteran banners that we've seen come out in November, there has been one produced for him by the Legion. And the suggestion was made that he's not as likely as all of us to go out and enjoy seeing those on the street. And would it be a nice thing to have it in his home where he and his neighbors can enjoy it at the Fairview Manor. The time sensitiveness to this is that they're ordering the manors, I think, last week. So it's a $300 expenditure, and it would really be a gift, not just from me, but from council to Commander Chance. And perhaps we could have a little do with him and the neighbors at Fairview Manor with representatives of the Legion as well. And for anyone who has not had the opportunity to meet Commander Chance, he's 102, is that right? 102. Sharp and very funny man. And I think this would be a lovely gesture for us to consider if that is the wishes of council. Councillor Holmes?
Thank you so much for that. I know some of us saw him and he's such an unassuming gentleman, and he was in the Battle of the Atlantic the whole time, did great things, never brags about it. And there was a suggestion that from one of the army types or armed forces types that it'd be nice if that banner could go home with him. And also we have to remember that a lot of people at Fairview Manor will get some enjoyment out of it also, and you know, the recognition of one of their residents, and they won't be able to attend the ceremonies and see the banner around the street. So thank you for Mayor Lowry for that.
Absolutely. Councillor Torrance?
I'm in full favor of this. I met Commander John Chance at the November 11th ceremonies when in Fairview Manor that I'd gone, and he had just moved in the day before. So he was a brand new resident, and I told my friend who's in the Navy, is a Navy commander right now, and he was shocked that there is still, that this man was living, you know, it's like we live with a star in our community, you know, and so I think this is a really kind and generous thing for us to do and for you to think of and to move forward. So I would be more than happy for it to come from your salary. Well, I would have actually happy to have a pass the hat if that needed to be done too, but.
All right, is there a mover and seconder then for the motion that we have here? Councillor Suter, thank you, and Councillor Holmes. So our motion is that council approve the mayor's expenditure of $300 to go towards the purchase of a veterans banner for retired Commander John Chance as per policy AD-19, mayor's expenditure policy. So it's been moved and seconded. I'm not seeing anything further. All those in favor of that motion? Thank you. And that passes unanimously. Thanks, everyone. And the third time-sensitive item, I don't know if our clerk wants to speak to this item, or I can speak to it.
Yeah,
perhaps, or you want to go ahead? All right.
Yeah, CAO Ken Kelly and I have met with Chuck Commander a couple of times. You might know Chuck Commander from our smudging ceremony. He's a knowledge keeper. He's also a master canoe builder. So he present the opportunity for the municipality, recognizing that we've been doing smudging ceremonies for 7 years, and 7 is a very significant number to Indigenous people. And so the opportunity here is to commission an 11-foot birch bark canoe that Chuck Commander would build in the municipality. The whole building process would be interactive and educational for residents and anyone who would like to participate and learn from a knowledge keeper and a master canoe builder. This wasn't in our budget because it's a 2027 proposed project, but the reason it's on the agenda for you tonight is because for us to secure a spot in 2027 and also for Chuck Commander to gather the materials to build a birch bark canoe needs to be done this summer. If we would like to have it built and ready to go for National Peoples Indigenous Day next June. So this is why it's on the agenda today. So
I think that encapsulates everything, and I think it's about now that he would be harvesting the birch and the other materials needed. So that's why we're a little bit out of budget cycle on this. To enable it to happen next year. Are there any questions to the clerk or the CAO? Go ahead, Deputy.
This the final cost of the canoe? Is there going to be more cost to the canoe than 20,000 for 11-foot canoe?
No, that's the amount.
I probably won't be supporting this, so I've had enough of it, so I'm not going to be supporting it. Thank you.
Councillor Torrance?
Well, I will be supporting it, but I know in other municipalities where they have had a canoe built, it's been very significant and valuable exercise to go through the building together of a birch bark canoe. My question is, what will we do with the canoe when it's built? And it's, you know, it's going to go someplace, be displayed someplace. Where might that be? $20,000 for the process of building the canoe is actually enough for me. But I do want to know what we're going to do with the finished product.
Through the chair to Councillor Torrance. We've looked at a number of different locations and we've also thought about can we rotate it? One of the suggestions is to actually display it in here in council chambers in some way. There are options to have a larger canoe built. We thought 11-foot would probably be about the largest size we'd want to go with, and possibly suspending it here. There's also talk about it at the library, and we have looked at the new childcare for the, I think it's the motor skills room that's there. We don't think it's going to be possible for the new childcare because we've explored that with the facility manager. He'd rather not have it in there. So it seems like here, the library are possibly the best locations that we think most people can see it, interact with it, because it's not something that you actually want to kind of have built and then store away. You want to actually have it as part of something that people can see, and we'd want it here on a regular basis for some of the work that council does. Thank you, Councillor.
Any other questions or comments? Go ahead, Councillor Ferguson.
Yes, thank you. I noticed in FCM, they had a same, I don't know if it was similar or not, but an indigenous paddle made. Yeah. Is that the same type of thought process as this would be or no?
Feel that one?
Through the chair to Councillor Ferguson. I'm not quite familiar with that. Maybe we could look into it. I think part of the importance of the canoe for Mr. Commanda is there would be a ceremony where it would be launched, and we're trying to connect it to the summer solstice that we do here annually. So part of that summer solstice, I don't know if you remember last year, was a rowing down the river from Appleton, and trying to do something similar with that. As you're well aware, this is part of the Truth and Reconciliation and actions that can be taken and demonstrations of true attempts at reconciliation that we're trying to put forward. So we can look into that, Councillor Ferguson. You said that was at FCM? Any particular year? Was it this year or just now?
There was a beautiful one at FCM this year. It was
this year?
Stunning. Yeah.
Okay. We'll follow up, Councillor. Thank you.
Do you have anything further? No. Councillor Holmes.
So I will be supporting it, having attended the time whenever it was talked about it, informally. And I do think it's important for Truth and Reconciliation, but I do want to see it displayed publicly and perhaps moved around. Like, I don't know, can it be put in the river once in a while? Like some of those questions. I could see it being something that could be used. So it's not just something hanging up somewhere. So anyway, thank you.
Councillor Suter.
I saw on television a clip of a similar project done by Chuck Commanda in Smiths Falls. And at time, part of the process at least tied into, I think it was Chimo School, the middle school. And at that point they had most of the frame done, but it was interactive and the students were involved not only for a half hour. This process took a couple of weeks so that it was there and they could walk around and realize what was happening and learn how to use the tools. And I think that kind of process is where the value is. And may I suggest that if all things work out with the Milliken Tail, there already is one birch bark canoe that was commissioned by Tate McKenzie and is in the upper studio. And I think it's much bigger, but this could be a little brother.
There we go. Have I moved and seconded the motion yet? I don't think so. I'll go to you, Councillor Lowe, and then we'll put the motion on.
Thanks. My concern, as much as I remember hearing about it and thought it was a really good idea, is sole sourcing. And I was just looking on the FCM site where they put out calls for proposals for an Indigenous piece of work. So I don't know. I just this is a tough one because I would absolutely love that. But is there somebody else in the community that we're not thinking of who might be upset that we're going ahead with one? That's all. I don't know. Is there somebody else in our community who does Indigenous works of art that might have wanted an opportunity?
Did you want to respond?
I've been to a few learnings about the meaning of the birch bark canoe and the history of the birch bark canoe, and it seems to me that the Commanda family has held that tradition and are those knowledge keepers of that practice. So I think if we want a birch bark canoe, this is the person to build the birch bark canoe. If we want something else, that's a different question, I think that I've not participated myself, but I've heard of this, the building of the birch bark canoe collectively with a group of people, and the knowledge that is gained and shared and exchanged through the building of the canoe, because it isn't just I'll build and you watch. It is let's build this together and transfer the knowledge. And so I really understand what you're saying, Councillor Lowe. And if we wanted something other than a birch bark canoe, I would say we should find something else. But if we want a birch bark canoe, this is the person.
I think that was really well said, Councillor Torrance. William Commanda is Chuck Commanda's grandfather, and he would have learned the craft and the lessons and the learnings from his grandfather. I don't think that this precludes us doing something another time with other Indigenous artists, maybe putting out something and saying, here's what we're looking to do, and here is an opportunity to work with others. But I think Councillor Torrance has said it very well, that this is an opportunity that I think working with Chuck Commanda is the way to do this kind of a project, and a really unique tie to grandfather William Commanda as well, to have that connection to him. And he carried the wampums, William Commanda, for quite some time. It's still in the Commanda family, so there's some really important connections there. Yeah, that's a good question. I'm glad you asked. So the motion. Oh, yes, Councillor Ferguson.
Along with what Councillor Suter was saying, will we include in our procedures the fact that it will be interactive, that type of thing, so we don't lose that?
Oh, yes, I think that's the basis of it.
That was a key component to Chuck Commanda. I don't believe he builds his canoes in isolation and presents a final. The importance of building the canoe in an interactive and knowledge sharing experience and environment is very important to the process.
To your point though, Councillor Ferguson, maybe we should make sure that's really clear when we communicate this out, so that people know to watch for ways to be involved or have their kids be involved. I know those details aren't all figured out yet, but that'll be really important, that people know that it's meant for the public, that it's meant for the community to be part of. So good point. Councillor Holmes.
Maybe I'm getting this wrong, but we're asking for pre-budget approval. Does the strong mayor legislation negate pre-budget approval? Am I right with that?
I guess if it was. Oh, you have a legal. Oh, okay. You go.
No, it does not. It's just because the mayor can table the budget, it doesn't make it the mayor's budget. It's still the budget for the municipal. So it doesn't preclude the council from giving pre-budget approval.
Thank you.
I think it would also need to tie to a provincial.
That's only your decisions, not around the budget. It's a
Oh.
different piece. Yeah.
Okay, my bad. See how much I rely on all of you for the budget? I was thinking it was also tied to having to link back to provincial.
Yeah, the priorities, the provincial priorities relate to mayoral directives and decisions.
Okay.
There's a different process for the
Budget.
tabling of the budget, but the budget is not the mayor's budget. It is the budget for the municipality of Mississippi Mills.
All right, well, we had some good discussion here. Our motion is on the screen there that council authorize $20,000 in pre-budget approval to commission Knowledge Keeper and Master Canoe Builder Chuck Amanda to build an 11-foot birch bark canoe. And could we add in collaboration with the community? As to Councillor Ferguson's point. Thank you. Is there a mover and seconder for the motion? Councillor Torrance moves, seconded by Councillor Holmes. Anything final? Oh, all in favor? And opposed? All right, that carries. Moving to bylaws, we have 3 this evening. Would any member like to have a separate vote or discussion on any of those 3 bylaws?
Could I pull 11.2, please?
Yep. Okay, so our motion is that bylaws 26-036 and 26-038 be taken as read, passed, signed, and sealed in open council. Is there a mover and seconder for those 2 bylaws? Thank you, Councillor Holmes and Councillor Lowe. Not seeing any discussion, all in favor? Thank you. And Deputy Mayor.
Yes, so I kind of read through the new bylaw and I got looking at things and I think it's causing more problems than it's solving. Because they can go back and it has to be on a certain footing that holds 200 pounds per square inch or whatever. The building inspector has the right to still come and inspect it. So I think it's more red tape than anything. So I don't know what to think about it. I think it's better left alone. But that's my opinion, I guess. Thank you.
Any other comments or thoughts? So our motion would be that bylaw 26-037 be taken as read, passed, signed, and sealed in open council. Is there a mover and seconder for that bylaw? Councillor Torrance, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Lowe, thank you. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? And all opposed? Noted, and that carries. All right, thanks everyone. Are there any announcements or invitations to share? Councillor Lowe.
This might be a first for me in 4 years, and we've probably already talked about it, but the multicultural potluck on Mill Street is on June 26th at 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock. Anything else, Councillor Suter?
Yes, it's probably already been announced in many places, but the Eastern Ontario firefighters games are being held on Saturday, June 20th, and they expect
600 to 1,000.
600 to 1,000 participants. Plus, there are things for spectators, for children, etc. And I think it well worth going and taking your grandchildren.
Well, you stole Denny's thunder here, so I don't know. You got something else going on in Pakenham to talk about? I think there's a flower show going on that same weekend too. It's going to be busy.
That's a big event, there's no question, and that's our firefighters have been very well represented, and they obviously will be again. And certainly they're all looking forward to it. But yes, there's going to be a lot of trailers around the village and that type of thing, and hopefully weather permitting, there's not as a significant backlog of trailers around soccer field and that type of thing. So the only thing I would ask, if consideration be given for external parking in the event of inclement weather down in the park where it is restricted, no overnight parking, because certainly they could put 10 or 12 down there quite handily in the event that they need that. Because if not, they could be parked all along the sidewalks or whatever, the main street, that type of thing. So any relief they could get from that would be much appreciated.
I think staff are already aware and discussing. Yeah. We're already on it.
Great.
There you
Thank
go. There you go. Councillor Holmes and I were chatting, and the suggestion was if you can bike, if you can take your side by side, if you can walk, if you can carpool, please do that because the village is going to be full. Yeah, that'd be a good message to share. Yeah, absolutely. Councillor Torrance.
I just wanted to let everybody know that next Wednesday, the Mississippi Mills Community Fund is going to be hosting a little slice of paradise pizza party at the community oven, the Friendship Oven. And it's just, there will be some live music and some pizza and just a little community builder. And thank you to the community for supporting the Mississippi Mills Community Fund. And it should be a nice time. It was supposed to be this Wednesday, except they're expecting thunderstorms. So they postponed till next Wednesday.
Probably a good call.
Yeah.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor. You don't have an announcement anymore?
No.
Oh, okay. No invitations either? Oh, all right. All right. Okay. My mistake. I thought I saw your hand go up. All right. If there's nothing further, we're going to move into closed session. So we have 3 items we need to discuss. So we'll have to ask you to move into the whatever we call the atrium there for a short period of time. Our motion is that council enter into a closed session at 7:07 as per a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board and personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. So there's potential land acquisition 1, potential land acquisition 2, and the ORPC shareholder representative and amendments to the shareholder agreement. Is our mover and seconder for that motion to move into closed session? Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Studer, can you put your hand there? Councillor Torrance, thank you. Thank you. All in favor? Thank you. We are in closed session. All right, so the rise and report from our closed session. The first potential land acquisition number 1, direction was provided to staff in closed session. On the second potential land acquisition, so number 2, there are 2 motions that we will consider in open session. The first motion is that council authorize the mayor and clerk to execute a purchase and sale agreement with the province for the property located at 2 Industrial Drive in Almont for the sum of 1 million plus any related closing costs. Is there a mover and seconder for that motion? Moved by Councillor Torrance and seconded by the deputy mayor. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Thank you, that carries. And our second motion is a motion of direction to staff to include the funding for the 2 Industrial Drive property in an upcoming borrowing bylaw. Is there a mover and seconder for the direction? Moved by Councillor Holmes and seconded by Councillor Lowe. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Thank you, that carries as well. And then the third item was the ORPC, excuse me, shareholder representative and amendments to the shareholder agreement. And we have 2 motions related to that as well. The first is that council appoint our Director of Corporate Services, Kathy Davis, as the shareholder representative at the 2026 ORPC Annual General Meeting. Is there a mover and seconder for the motion? Thank you, Councillor Ferguson and Councillor Suter. Seeing no discussion, all in favor? Thank you. Let's assume it means both. Yeah. I mean, it's the same AGM. Is that reasonable? She'll be the shareholder for, okay. Okay. Are we okay with that? ORPC and ORES? What's that? Okay. All right, and then the second motion is that council provide direction to the shareholder representative to approve the proposed amendments to section 16.0B of the agreement as requested by ORPC. Is there a mover and seconder for that direction? Thank you again, Councillor Ferguson and Councillor Holmes. Seeing no discussion, all in favor? Thank you very much. And adjournment. We are adjourned at, I don't have it. Oh, I have it over here. I was looking at the wrong one. Never mind, I have it. Thank you. So our confirmatory bylaw this evening, our motion is that bylaw 26-039 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Corporation of the Municipality of Mississippi Mills at its regular meeting held on the 9th day of June be read, passed, signed, and sealed in open council this 9th day of June. Mover and seconder for confirmatory. Thank you, Councillor Lowe and Councillor Suter. All in favor? Thank you. That carries, and we are adjourned at 8:01. Thank you very much, everyone. That was a big one.
Welcome back, everybody. All right, we're called to order at 8:10. Thanks for joining us. We'll go right to disclosure of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof. Councillor Torrance, you have one, yeah?
Item 3.3 and 3.31, I will be declaring an interest on both of those issues under the advisement of Tony Fleming.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Councillor Holmes?
I'll be declaring conflict of interest on 3.3, but I don't intend to leave the room. I've talked to the clerk and I won't take part in the discussion, but there's no reason to leave the room, so I won't be leaving the room.
Okay, fair enough. Anybody else? Councillor Ferguson? Same thing? Okay. 3.3. Okay, there'll be 4 of us, that's fine. Consent agenda, the recommended motion is that Committee of the Whole approve the following 3.1 to 3.7. That includes the agenda, the minutes from last meeting, the Heritage Advisory Committee minutes, the motion of yeah, okay, so we'll just pull. We'll pull 3.3 and 3.31 and 3.2. So this is 3.2 and then 3.4 to 3.7. Is there anything else that someone would like pulled for discussion? Seeing none, so we'll pull 3.3. Okay. Is there a mover and seconder to approve the rest? Councillor Ferguson and Mayor Lowry, thank you. Any other discussion? All in favor? That carries, thank you. Okay, so 3.3, and as well, once we're done 3.3, we will move up 5.5. Adelaide and McDermott. Yeah. Is everybody okay if we move up 5.5 just so some of our people watching us can go home and not have to sit through the whole night? Is that okay? No, after we do, we'll finish off number 3s here and then we'll skip to 5.5. All right, so 3.3 Heritage Advisory Committee minutes from May 6th and the recommended motions. Mayor Lowry?
I was going to request that we defer this to the 23rd? Thank you, 23rd. Simply because there's been a lot of information come in today that I'd like to be able to chew on. And I'd also like if we could ask staff, I know it's only 2 of the 9 criteria is needed to be met in order to have a designation. The building at 100 Bridge Street is 5 of 9, and I'd like just to know how that compares to other designated facilities, buildings, specifically Mississippi Mills. I don't necessarily need to know about others, but if we could get that information, I don't know if that's then a deferral that it's back to staff, but I'd like for us to have some time to get that information and have this discussion in 2 weeks.
So yeah, Councillor Suter? Okay.
I would like to support that.
Okay. Is everybody else okay with that? Yeah? Okay, so Mayor Lowry will make the motion to defer to June 23rd. And seconder? Mary Lou was the seconder. All in favor? That carries. Okay, so we're going to skip to 5.5 now. Is that okay? So 5.5 is the staff report recommendation, zoning bylaw amendment, municipally owned lands at Adelaide and McDermott, D14 MM 2-26. And there are a bunch of attachments that were shared with us. And Director Melanie Knight is here. Do you have a presentation for it? Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Just a brief presentation, recap of much of the information was presented at the public meeting. The property in question tonight regarding the zoning bylaw amendment is the property outlined in blue on the aerial photo. I'll draw your attention to the label of Hannon Hills. That is a future subdivision to be developed at the corner here of Florence and Adelaide. And that subdivision extends all the way over to the drain, which abuts the next stormwater management pond from Mill Run. This portion of Adelaide Street is not constructed. It will be constructed and services will be extended as part of the Hannon Hills subdivision. There's also a subdivision application here called Menzies Enclaves, and that is currently not yet draft approved, but in process. So the property here is municipally owned lands. This was part of the rezoning initiative that the municipality undertook last year as part of the HAF initiatives. What is essentially has transpired is, as council's aware, there's a new memorandum of understanding with Carebridge in order to secure the land for the next 4 years in the event that Carebridge is able to obtain funding for affordable housing. As part of that, they've undertaken some conceptual plans for the site. I do have to stress that they are conceptual, but essentially it was the concept was developed to test out, what type of density could be considered on the property, and what kind of arrangement it would have, whether it would have enough room for parking and amenity space. So the zoning bylaw amendment is to rezone the property from an R3 zoning to an R4 zoning to essentially provide a greater range of uses. That would include stacked townhouses, back-to-back townhouses, as well as potentially a low-rise apartment dwelling, if that's something that that Carebridge would be would receive funding for to be able to construct. We're proposing a height limit of 8 meters for an apartment dwelling. That would limit any apartment dwelling to be 2 stories, 11 meters for other residential uses. And the reason for that is that stacked townhouses typically require approximately 2.5, 3 stories of building height in order to have the stacking of the townhouses. And as well as the back-to-back townhouses, those types of different building forms usually can take advantage of a little bit greater height and have more units built into it. Carebridge has specifically noted that their usual use of parking is about 0.5 per unit. That's about the standard parking rate that they see across a lot of their properties. So that's being proposed in the zoning bylaw amendment too. I do want to stress that, of course, the municipality owns this property. So if for some reason in 4 years the MOU is expired and the municipality would like to sell it, obviously we're in control of the land. We could initiate another rezoning that would change these performance standards again, or build something into an agreement of purchase and sale. So the parking is specific to the property as it sits now with the MOU with Carebridge. And again, stressing this is only a conceptual plan that was proposed by Carebridge's architect, but it demonstrates how a number of units can be accommodated on the site, still providing amenity space and the parking rate, again, at that 0.5 per unit. In terms of public comments, we did receive public comments from one member of the public. One was questioning the site selection. I will say that as council's aware, the original site that was subject to the previous MOU with Carebridge was 34 Victoria, where our daycare is currently being constructed and almost finished. And so when Carebridge approached the municipality to identify an alternate site, once that daycare project started, we've looked at all the sites that the municipality owns, and this one really is the most feasible one in terms of having it site ready. Even though it does not currently serviced, Carebridge has its own partnership with Kavanaugh Developments, who is the developer of the Hannon Hills subdivision, and they have agreed to facilitate the servicing of the property via the Hannon Hills development. In terms of density and built form compatibility, there is an analysis in the staff report recognizing the fact that this would be at 18 units. It would be a higher density than most of our denser sites that we have in Almonte. However, I would stress that the number of units is limited to 18 units in the zoning, and that would really be the maximum. Again, whether or not 18 units is constructed on the site really depends on the type of funding that Carebridge is able to achieve. And then in terms of built form compatibility, it's introducing, the stacked townhouses, which is something new that's being introduced in Almonte through a lot of our newer developments. And so we're of the opinion that it does remain to be compatible, more of the planned function of the area as opposed to what's existing there now. In terms of infrastructure capacity, staff have no issues with that. It is, as I stated, being considered and facilitated as part of the Hannon Hills subdivision. And then the staff report does contain policies about the evaluation of our official plan, our zoning bylaw. Just to highlight a few, we do have a range of medium density in the official plan. We specifically changed the wording as part of our official plan amendment 32 to relax that wording a bit to provide a little bit more flexibility when it comes to site-specific zoning amendments. It wouldn't trigger an official plan amendment. So while it is still a higher density, it does still, there is still an analysis done in terms of, again, built form compatibility and density contained in the plan, and staff are of the opinion that it meets that. And then, as I mentioned, the planned unit or the planned function of the area in terms of the zoning is really a range. So there's a range of zones in that neighborhood. They're either reflective in what's currently on the properties in terms of, built form, anything from a single to townhouses, or the intent of the area is to be have a mix of housing options. And we are here at Committee of the Whole, and following that would be a council decision on the application.
Thank you very much for that. Do we have any questions for Melanie? For the director, sorry. Deputy Mayor?
Ladies first. Ladies first.
Oh.
I'm just wondering, did Carebridge receive any information back about the MOU about funding?
Through you, Chair, the Carebridge was initially looking for funding from a provincial funding source. Unfortunately, they were not approved for that. It's my understanding that they're now looking at potentially another one, potentially through the county of some funding source, but I don't have the details exactly of what they're applying for.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Suter?
I have two factual questions. First of all, could you tell me who owns the land on the other side of McDermott Street?
Through you, Chair. Sorry, you mean this property here on these sides of McDermott Street? Those are privately owned.
Okay, those are taken care. Okay, secondly, is there any plan to go ahead with Hannon Hills in the near future?
Through you, Chair. Yes. So Hannon Hills has received draft approval from the county. We've actually just had a meeting with the developers this week to discuss their what we call detailed design submission. So they're getting very close to that, which means they'll be moving forward on a subdivision agreement or pre-servicing agreement. I would imagine certainly before the end of the summer, they'll have agreements in place. And it's my understanding that they are intending on doing some on-site works before the end of the year.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Torrance?
With the density and higher than the neighborhood density on this property, does it set a precedent if R2 is R2 across the street, the property that Councillor Suter just alluded to, when they come in, could they now come in for an R4? And say, well, they have an R4 over here, we should have an R4 as well. Does it start to build this neighborhood to a density that is not expected?
Through you, Chair. I would say the line the planners use is that, every application is evaluated on its own merits. But as I just demonstrated, compatibility and looking at what the plan function of the area is one of our considerations. So I would say it definitely, having a range or a mix of uses similar to the other ones that are in the neighborhood definitely lend itself to being able to evaluate something that's a little bit more dense. So I would say it potentially could. I think the key with the density here, so often density often goes hand in hand with the built form. And so what we've tried to do here is strike a balance where, yes, we have a certain number, we have 18 units, which it conceptually about what could fit on that property, but we've restricted the building height and the built form so that it doesn't appear to be as dense as what you would see, like, for example, other apartment buildings on Honeybourne, for example, and things like that. They're very large buildings. They're 3.5, 4, almost 4 stories. On Johanna and in Riverfront is a 4-story building. So we've tried to strike the balance there between the density and the built form, hoping that lends itself to compatibility. I think something like that could be translated into other properties in the area for sure.
I guess my hesitation is that this is the neighborhood or the quadrant, I like to think about it, in Almonte that's getting all of the super dense stuff, as well as the social housing. And we're trying to think about affordable housing elsewhere, but it's when do we say that's enough for this neighborhood? And let's put our ideas someplace else. Some of it I know is because we own property here and it allows for and we don't own property in other areas. It allows for us to have to be able to meet some of our own goals in this neighborhood. But I do think that it's important to consider what the rest of the neighborhood and the impact of the rest of the neighborhood for the common good, but the rest of us aren't sucking up that common good, if that makes sense.
Through your chair, just to provide a little bit of a response to that, I'd say that twofold. One is exactly that, we own the property and we only own limited lands within Almonte. I would say though too, the commercial core along Ottawa Street is really where you see all those services, and where if you are trying to locate housing, for people who may not own a car, for example, Cambridge is saying only less than half their residents own vehicles, then a lot of those services are gonna have to be accessed, by foot or bicycle or carpooling and those types of things. So that's one piece that lends itself to sort of the location of it. I do think the historical nature of that area, there's a lot of potential for infill. So I do think it does need to be handled carefully. And that's really, again, I go back to that height limit, is trying to really strike that balance in terms of the compatibility, but definitely hear you on the density piece of it. It is a dense area.
Any other questions? Councillor Suter?
Sorry.
Oh.
Gotcha. Okay. In Adelaide Street is not currently in very good condition and is on the list of capital works for the next 5 years. Do you know when that is planned to be done? Before or after these new subdivisions are built? Because you, after all, you do have a street lined with houses and townhomes now, and people going off into Finner Court from that street. Do you know how that's going to dovetail with Hannon Hills?
Through you, Chair, that's not something that we've really drilled down to yet. There's a lot of offsite works that Kavanaugh has to do for Hannon Hills that actually doesn't include the upgrading of Adelaide Street. That's the one street where they actually don't have to really do a lot of work. And so we can take a look at that though and take that back and compare that with just sort of the capital renewal plan, and maybe there's some efficiencies there that we could gain at some point. But I take your point that Florence Street will be upgraded a little bit. There is going to be some work that they require to do further down around Victoria Street. Unfortunately, that it's on the section that was just redone. So, but I'll take that back and see if there's some synergies that we could come up with.
Well, considering, and again, just to be clear, there is no other way out. It's okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, any more questions? Seeing none, I'll read the motion. Recommended motion is that Committee of the Whole recommend Council approve the zoning bylaw amendment to amend the zoning of the subject lands which are legally described as Plan 6262, Lot 4, Lot 10, Adelaide Street, and Lot 19, McDermott Street, Alma Ward, Mississippi Mills, from residential third density with the holding provision, R3H, to residential fourth density special exemption, R420, to build a multi-unit residential development similar in effect to attachment B. Your mover and seconder for that? Councillor Holmes and Deputy Mayor Manili. And I just want to say congratulations. This is as I was talking in the council meeting, this is a really important step for a really important thing for us to do to increase the housing in Mississippi Mills. So all in favor? And that carries. Thank you very much. And we're going to back up now to, well, there are no consultant reports in number 4, so we're going to go to the dog park. Mississippi Mills Dog Park Recreation Staff 5.1, and we have Manager Calvin Murphy.
So good evening, everyone. Tonight we're here to discuss the dog park. Just to give you a little bit of background, as you're well aware, there's been a lot of talk over the last several years regarding a municipal dog park. In 2021, we completed a survey, and just to see if there was interest and what the interest would be. It was very positive. And from that, we began a pilot project in 2023 at the Snedden Casey ball diamond. And this ball diamond had not been used for some time because of the infrastructure that we had in place. We felt it would be an ideal spot to have the pilot project take place. It has now gone on for the last 3 years. There's actually been a group that's been formed that I meet with annually to review, see how things are going. Everything has been very positive. And as part of the Community Services Master Plan, as you're well aware, the dog park topic was discussed and reviewed. From that, the Community Services Master Plan, one of the recommendations that came from it was to recommend leaving the park as is in Snedden Casey at the Ball Diamond with some upgrades that would be needed. Those upgrades were discussed with the group before budget discussion started for 2026. And as I'm sure you can recall, we did place money into the 2026 budget for some improvements to take place. But before we can move forward with any of those improvements and start taking action, we need to formalize it. And that's why I'm here this evening, to get the ball rolling, formalize the dog park, and then start with some of the upgrades that I've started to work on with some groups, as you can see in the report, but nothing has been, we haven't taken any further steps until it's official. So that gives you a little bit of background as to where we're at.
Thanks, Calvin. Any questions? Councillor Torrance and then Deputy Mayor.
Well, I'm happy to move the motion when it's time to go. I am part of a Facebook group that is for this dog park, and it's really quite nice to see the community that's formed around the dog park. And you know, it's like some people have kids and go to ball games, other people have dogs and go to the dog park, and it's a really fun little group, and there's lots of really good community building going on within that Facebook group. Anyway, I think it's a good thing to move from a pilot to be able to see what needs to happen as we're going through it, and then to finalize it. It's not, we haven't done this quickly. It's been ongoing, and I really like that you have annual with the group, Calvin, to talk about what the upgrades are that are needed, and to move from there. So I'm happy to move it when the time comes.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Manelli.
Yes. Just a couple of things. Have you notified the families about the changing of the park?
No, there has been no discussions with the family. And as you could see from the motion that I brought forward, we were leaving Stead and Casey in there. But that could be something now that we have to look into and track down and make sure we had the proper people that we were speaking with. But no, we have not had discussions with the families.
And have you thought about putting up a sign explaining about the ball diamond and that it turned into a dog park? And I think it's a good spot for a dog park, but there's lots of things that it's a valuable piece of property. It's in a rural area or urban area, of course, right in the middle of an urban area. And I drive by it every second day or so, and it looks really big to me. It looks like it could be half that, if you know what I mean. It looks way too big, that's all. I know dogs like to run, and I know it's kept really clean. I know everybody, they're like a family down there. They look after if somebody doesn't pick it up, then somebody's right over there picking it up, and good for them. But I just hope you notify the families. I hope you put some kind of a sign up explaining. We have 100 signs on the walkway, and on Alameda, we got hundreds of signs up. Can we put one up there?
Yes, through the chair, we could certainly put up signage for sure. If it was made official, there'd be no problem with that. And we could look into doing some research to notify the families.
And did you look in to see if it the municipality can change it, or does it go back to the families, or do we know? Do you know?
Through the chair.
Okay, yep, go ahead.
Through the chair, I don't quite understand what you mean by going back to the.
Well, if they designated it a ball diamond, it's a ball diamond, right?
Well, could we possibly?
Sorry, we can't have a back and forth. And I understand what you're trying to do and shorten the discussion. But let's just go back to questions for Calvin, and then we can, after the mayor, go to you. Deputy Mayor, did you have anything?
No, that's it. I'm going to
Concerned
vote in
about the
favor of
size.
it, but I'd like you to notify the family and I'd like you to put a sign up, explaining how it changed from a ball diamond to a ballpark somehow. And the Snedden and Casey, they were participation before participation got into the province, you know what I mean? They were people that went and picked people up when they were short. Ball team was short. They drove around Elmont and looked for people to pick them up to bring them to play ball. So it's I just hope that the family agrees with it, because it's got nothing to do with me. It's got more to do with the Sneddens and the Caseys. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Lowry.
Thank you. I think the deputy mayor and I are maybe on the same wavelength here. I actually don't support the motion, and I chatted with Calvin about this. I support going ahead with the dog park, just to be really clear. I don't want to call it Snedden Casey. And I don't know a whole lot about these two individuals, but I found out a little bit that Wilf Snedden was a highly respected local pharmacist on Mill Street from 1934 to 1973. There's a number of things here that are pretty kind of interesting about his pharmacy, and had, you know, the old-fashioned soda fountain bar and, you know, all those very important parts of a pharmacy. But something interesting is the community service piece that I've noticed here. And, you know, during the tragic Almont train wreck in 1942, he stayed open all night, completely depleted his stores of drugs and supplies to try to help care for those who were injured. And it goes on to speak about, you know, how much of a lifelong supporter he was of sports in Almont, and funding local baseball and curling clubs and whatnot. So I think someone has made a decision at some time to recognize. I'm only there speaking of one half of Snedden Casey here, of Snedden. Casey also is, I gather, a pharmacist, and alongside Wilf Snedden, you know, they worked together. And I think somewhere in the past there was the decision to recognize those two individuals, and I think we don't do them justice by moving the names over onto the dog park. I'm happy to support the dog park. Let's call it Mississippi Mills Dog Park or whatever. But I'd like to give direction to staff once we finish that motion to, you know, investigate. Let's name the ball park or the ball diamond in Gemmell Park. Let's put a little sign up so that we all know who these fellows were. And I don't know if the family is still here. Certainly there's Sneddens. Is it the same Sneddens? I don't know. Certainly there's Caseys. Is it the same Caseys? Who knows? But I do think it's important to recognize those contributions from years gone by. And things change. You know, it's not a ball diamond anymore. There's different needs in the community, and that just is the way things evolve. But I would like to recognize Mr. Snedden and Mr. Casey in a bit of a different way than suggested in the motion. So when it comes to a motion, I'd like to adjust that if that's okay with the mover.
Okay, Councillor Ferguson.
Yes, thank you. I agree with what Calvin has brought forward in reference to the add-ons. Totally, the two people he's went to see the ADHS and Alan Goddard, of course, for very good reasons. But I come back to the Deputy Mayor's question. Is the park too big? Should it be smaller, or could it be smaller to pick up some valuable real estate? I don't know.
There are through the chair, there are variations of sizes of dog parks and whatnot. But I would say the Snedden Casey ball diamond size is an adequate. It's a very good size to have. And when you get numerous dogs and whatnot in there, you need to have a little bit more space. So I wouldn't suggest reducing it. I think it's a very good size for it. That type of park.
Councillor Holmes.
Yeah, Councillor Ferguson raises a good point. Do we know how much the usage is daily or at a time, or have we done any of that?
No, for the dog park itself, no, we don't have the capacities to, to check it on a daily basis.
And what size is it?
It's about just under 3 acres.
Thank you.
Okay, I see hands and I'll get to you. I just want to put in what I'm thinking. And it's sort of in agreement with Councillor Ferguson and the deputy mayor. I was on the recreation committee when we looked at the dog park. I walked around and looked at all the areas for dog parks. And I'm just going to have to be contrary again tonight and say I don't think this is a permanent place. I'm so happy that we've found a spot for people to use as a dog park, 100%. 3 acres is something that we could put something in that needs this flat surface with no trees. I'm thinking of different types of sports that are emerging, sports that we still have that don't have enough facilities. Whereas a dog park, there's a little bit of wooded area there, but I would just like to see it used differently in the long term. And I would like to see a study, first of all, of our different sports and what their needs are going to be in 10 years before we turn this into something that we can't come back from, because it is so big. So that's what I'm thinking. I'm certainly not thinking of pulling the dog park because I know people use it. I just don't know if this should be the forever spot for it. So that said, back to Councillor Suter. It's just my opinion. I'm just one person.
No, what I was trying to explain a while ago, Will Sneddon and Dr. Jerry Casey were both key figures in recreation in the town, in different generations. Will Sneddon was key to the development of baseball as opposed to softball way back in the post-World War I, pre-World War II era. And Dr. Jerry Casey was a physicist, I think, with Communication Research Board. He had a large family of 5 kids. And he was a baseball player and a coach. And he was the spark behind a big, very active baseball league and park here. And that's why we've got the big lights. Back about in the 1980s, that park was developed specifically for baseball. As far as the amount, as the size of this thing, it's that big because baseball needs a lot more room than softball. The plans for the park include getting some shade for people. I've gone by it virtually every day for the last 3 or 4 years. The population is fluid. People meet at certain times. It's like the Superior as a meeting place. It probably services, if you count all the people and all the dogs, 50 to 100 per day. And yes, I don't think we should mean that that is the size forever. We probably could put a apartment building down there at the end. But for now, why don't we just call it the Sneddon Casey Park and get dog out of it and get ball diamond out of it?
Thanks. Did you have something else? No, was there somebody, Deputy Mayor, did you have something else you wanted?
The mayor is gonna adjust the motion, so I'm gonna wait. Because I think I'm the same with the name, that I don't think it should be called a dog park. I think it should just be a park, Sneddon Casey Park, or leave the name the same as it is and use it as a dog park. Why do you have to change it to the name?
I would have a question about insurance if we didn't call it a dog park but used it as a dog park. Is there any concern there? Dog bites, no, okay, good. That's all. Calvin?
And just getting back to the name, right now it's called the Sneddon Casey Ball Diamond. No, depending on what council decides to do with the name, I wouldn't leave Ball Diamond, in my opinion. I would remove it because it's not a ball diamond any longer.
Well, the lights are archaic and they have to be taken down or something, or if they wanted to turn it back into a field, a soccer field or a night field. So they were put up in the 70s or 80s, so they're not LEDs, let me tell you that.
Okay, we've had some good discussion. Is anybody ready to make a motion or amend or make a different motion? Anybody? Councillor Ferguson?
I don't want necessarily make a motion, but I just wonder what, if anything, we should be putting forward so that we don't lose sight of the fact that it is a very large spot. That's the only concern I have, because I did some research on dog parks, and an acre for a dog park in many cities is maxed. So I don't know whether we want to think that way or think of something down the road that we can say, yes, we're leaving a portion of it for further development or something like that. I don't know whether that's something we should include in a motion or not. I don't know.
Mayor Lowry and then Councillor Suter.
I'm going to suggest a different, maybe a different path here. I had an adjustment to the motion that's here, just to speak specifically to Mr. Sneddon and Mr. Casey. But perhaps what we want to do is extend the pilot, and I don't know, I'd like to hear, Calvin, from you, what that might do with the conversations you're having with the group, and recognize that they're organized, and I don't want to discourage that. But I wonder if we extend the pilot a further year, if that would give not necessarily this council, but the next council a little bit of time to chew on some of these pieces, maybe do a little bit of work on some of the rest of the community services master plan pieces. And have that answer of, is there something else that needs to go on that space? Is there something complimentary that goes on that space? Does it end up going somewhere else? Like, I don't think any of us want to discourage there being a dog park, but it just seems like there's a few questions here about, this is flat land. Is there somewhere else that maybe if there was further discussion and consideration, there could be complementary uses here and still a great place for a Mississippi Mills Dog Park. So I don't know. Before I make that motion, maybe Calvin, you can let us know if that will throw a monkey wrench into the work you're doing with the group.
And are there things that we could do to make it better for them that aren't permanent? Is that, go ahead.
So I guess to answer your question, it will throw a monkey wrench in. There's no question. Only because of the fact that we are, before we proceed with any kind of work to the area, like if we were to put a shade structure up or do any kind of adjustments to gates, which is what we were hoping to do, then I'd be reluctant to do that. And then we turn around and make a change, and we've got a shade or the high school, because the high school is potentially going to build something, and if we put something in like that and then have to pull it out, to me doesn't make a whole lot of sense. That would be my only concern. To extend it as a pilot project, I mean, you could extend it as a pilot project, but to put more work into it, I don't think you'd want to really do that. That's just my opinion, my thought on it.
If I can continue, it would mean maybe hitting pause on some of those projects in an interim basis.
That's correct. That is correct.
Okay.
Councillor Torrance?
Well, I was just going to say that sometime, like we know we have to do some work on. I'm just thinking about the daycare center, that with the money that we put into the daycare center, the old daycare center, because it needed to be done, even though we knew we were building a new daycare center. So it's not that we don't take care of our assets, even if we're thinking that they might be something different down the road. So a shade shut structure can always be moved, you know, like we can reuse a gate. It's not, you know, like I would say it's not really a monkey wrench. It's more of a little stones in the spokes, you know. But I think it still could be done. We still could go ahead with the work and keep it as a pilot if we are unsure of it, you know. I still think we, you know, like I think that the people who use that as a dog park still want to use it as a dog park. If we in the future think it's going to be a different configuration, then maybe it is easier if it's just a pilot now, and then there won't be a big public backlash in the future, you know. But as long as there's still going to be a dog park there, you know, I think people will be happy that they know there's still going to be a place for them to run their dogs.
Yeah. Councillor Holmes, did you have something, or I'm coming back?
Yeah, someone who's never going to use a dog park.
Yeah.
I guess I see 2 or 3 things here. First of all, I think that we've discovered 2 people who really are kind of local heroes, much like our Tate McKenzie, who is really under-recognized. So I think, you know, something in a place to recognize them and make people aware of you know, the good contributions that have happened in the past probably should get a hold of the family too. And I'm not sure, they didn't donate this land, did they, or did they? Like, where did the land come from? I think that's important. And I don't see any problem with having the dog park there now, with the, you know, with the stipulation that, yeah, maybe 3 acres is too much, and down the road, it just seems to me that might be a good spot to put some housing. Whether it's, you know, I don't know, like, I don't know, maybe it's not a good spot, but it seems like it is, but who knows? So I think that we're putting a lot of time and effort into this, and you know, maybe we should really consider, you know, what do we really want? I think we really want to have it as a dog park, but we want to be able to consider something different from the future. And in my mind, we want to make sure that these people aren't forgotten, you know, by removing the name. And I agree, it shouldn't be that name on the dog park. It just doesn't quite sound right for me. So anyway, that's all I have to say.
Okay, Councillor Suter. Yeah, go.
Okay, I first of all, I understand what you're saying, because we've just gone through discussions about the lack of town land. I'm sure that always was town land. At the time that was built, all residential ended at the bowling green. None of that had been developed. Okay, and the Country Street apartments had just been built. So yes, it's very large. It was a pilot because it was already fenced, and as the report said, it would cost tens of thousands of dollars to change the fencing. So also, it's very inhibiting to just go from year to year to year with no assurance of future. So could I suggest a friendly amendment that we extend the pilot project for 5 years and go ahead with improvement works? Because no matter what happens, you have to fix gates that are broken. So make it a longer period and think in terms of 2048 and needs.
Okay.
It might be a very good place to put an apartment building at the bottom. But in the meantime, let's recognize what actually works
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
here's what I'm gonna recommend then is that, and you guys can change it, that we change the motion and that it becomes that committee of the whole recommend council continue the dog park pilot currently using Snedden Casey Park. Okay, and for a term of, I don't know that we can tie the next council. Doesn't matter. For a period of, for a period of 5 years, and direct staff to make the, was it in your budget for this year? Use your 2026 budget to make the improvements that you wanted to make. Is that fair? Okay. Councillor Torrance.
Could we also, after having heard the discussion, take the Snedden Casey
Yep.
name and put it someplace else on a ball diamond? And do some investigation of the history of Snedden Casey. I think that
Yeah.
Councillor Suter has already given me a whole lot more
Yeah.
information than I ever had.
So
But
what
let's actually put that onto something else, okay?
Yeah, what I'm thinking, the reason I want to remove Snedden Casey off of any motion, because I don't want to upset them by saying we're taking it off. And at the same time, I don't want to say that we're going to move it somewhere else because we don't know yet. So I was just going to be silent on it. That's why I was kind of doing it that way. Does that make sense? All right. Okay, so the motion is that we continue to use the dog park for a term of 5 years, direct staff to continue using the 2026 budget for the works. And that's it. Yeah. Do we want to direct staff to look? I think we can wait on that. Yeah, I think we can wait on, alternative uses till staff kind of absorbs what we've done. Yep.
Do we have any problem though? I can see the shades being the work going ahead, but if you plant trees now, in 5 years' time, they may be all over the new park. You start moving trees pretty significant.
I wasn't thinking trees. I was thinking shade structures. and
Just shade
fencing.
structures.
Yeah,
trees, yeah.
that's not
Okay,
planting
thank you.
anything. Yeah. Okay. Is that fair?
Okay, that's fair.
I think it's almost also important to direct staff to track down Casey Snedden.
Could we do a notice of motion next time? Maybe?
Yeah.
Does somebody want to put some work
Yeah.
into like,
Yeah,
Maybe.
we need to find out, is there people around who really care if we change the name
Yeah.
or,
we care? Yeah,
Yeah,
for sure.
we do. Yeah, exactly. So it's important to try to track down if there's any surviving relatives and what they think about it.
Do you want to direct staff or do you want to leave that with one of us to come up with a notice of motion?
It could be just direct staff.
Let's just direct staff
Sure.
to look up the history. Okay, who wants to make that motion that I read out? Councillor Torrance and Councillor Suter. Thank you very much. Did you guys get it written down? Okay. Are you okay with that? Why are you laughing? It is a lot of discussion about a dog park, but you know what? It could be very important someday. All right. All in favor? And that carries. All right, thank you, Calvin. On to performance measurement dashboard. Director Kathy Knight. Davis, did I say Kathy Knight? Where did that come from? Oh, Melanie. Yep. Sorry. I was so happy to see this. So thank you.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. Wrong button. Okay, I do have a very short presentation for you tonight about the draft performance measurement dashboard that was in your package. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the development of the dashboard, how we got here, and next steps on where we're hoping we can go from here. So it has taken a fair bit of staff effort and time and thought to come up with this first draft of the dashboard. We understand things always change, and we wanted to start from a place that we had really accurate and verifiable data. There are numerous data points that we discussed and that we considered, but we tried to pare it down for simplicity's sake to having only about 3 data points per department. We have seen some scorecards from other municipalities that have more, but we've also heard some feedback from them that it's difficult to maintain when you end up with hundreds of data points and trying to keep those updated and sourcing the data. So our focus was really on service delivery, financial indicators, and then strategic indicators. I think on the strategic side, there's probably more work to do when you think about a true balanced scorecard that would be speaking to where your strategy is and what those factors are that will help you, achieve those strategic priorities. That would be probably the next area of focus if we want to look at further development of the dashboard. But we were also looking for things that council could look at and see trends. So I remember watching a data presentation once and I've just always remembered what the presenter said was that the data and the visuals are not meant to answer questions. They're meant to help you ask more questions about what's happening. So that was another focus that we had on the development. We wanted to make sure everything was transparent and visible. So in the development, we've tracked the data source for every single data point so that we can go back year after year and get the exact same data source. And then the hope is that we've summarized things as opposed to providing a whole lot of detail, because in the quarterly reports that come to you from the different departments, you'll get a lot more detail. And this was really hoping that we could just look at it from a high level. So when we drill down, we really have 5 main data sources. So some of the information that you're seeing does come to you in quarterly reports as well, but we thought it was good information to highlight for the public on the website, and just to be able to see trend data, because you may not be seeing year after year in those data points. The financial information return, which is the annual return that we submit to the ministry, was probably the most highly used data point. And we like that because it's consistent year after year. It's based on audited numbers. A lot of people contribute to that report, and we're able to pull that information every year. Really happy to be able to pull some information out of our new human resources information system. So we had a full year of data starting January 2025. And then our audited financial statements, plus some information that's available through MPAC. So those are really all of the data points that we went through. And what we're hoping for today is just some feedback from council on, is this ready? Is this what is going to be helpful for you and for the public? Understanding we can add, change, update data points as time goes on, but it's we're feeling like it's a pretty good starting point. And then just if you have any feedback on the presentation or clarification of the data. And next steps from here, we would hope to take back all of the feedback from council, update. You'll notice that some of the numbers in the dashboard are still 2024. So we do have 25 data now. It's not audited, but we have the data. So we could update some of those numbers and there'd be more trend information available. Finalize, make it a little prettier, and then publish on the website. And we do have some prototypes of what that could look like on the website. It's a little more interactive and a little more user friendly than just seeing the charts on the sheet. But then the last piece would be to implement annual updates, which we think summertime would be a good time that we did have a student, Taya, work on this last year, and she's prepared to help us again this year. And she did a lot of great stuff. So I think that's a good way to move forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Before I go around for questions, AI has changed so much since last summer. I'm sure there's a way we can automate some of this and connect sheets so that it's not as much work. The only other comment I had was so there's one that's just like percentage of children receiving subsidy. I'm just wondering, is that percent of the kids in the daycare, or is that the percent that we get from the county? So maybe just check them for understanding, like just go over and check each one. And that was it for me. Any other questions or comments for Kathy? Councillor Torrance?
I had on the three measurements that I was questioning. One was the under building department. I would like to see a length of time from application to issuance of a building permit, and so I don't know where that would go, what you might take off, but I think that that's actually an important measurement for how we are performing. That's one thing. Under protective services, when we see the number of bylaw complaints, and in the quarterly report, it's like they're all parking complaints, you know what I mean, or parking or other, you know, and so to be able to separate them out, I think is it would be of benefit for the public to see that the majority of our complaints are parking, and why aren't they other things, you know, because other people complain about other stuff all the time. Why aren't they reaching, you know, the right place? Because I think that that's actually the problem. And the last one was in recreation, and it was around program attendance. And do we track local versus out of town program attendance? And I don't know, it's just, I was putting it out there. I don't know if it's useful for us to track that or not, and if it is a good measurement or not. But I think we put a lot of money into recreation, and so are we putting it in for, you know, for what purpose? Anyway. Those are my three comments on the measurements that have been chosen. But I actually am really happy to see this, Kathy, and I'm glad we've invested in the right software so this can happen, and I'm happy for it to come forward.
Councillor Torrance. I mean, sorry, Councillor Holmes. From Councillor Holmes to Councillor Holmes.
Thank you, Kathy. You know, I've been waiting a long time for this, and I think it's a great start. I think as you go along, you'll improve it. And I really would like to see the recreation track our residents versus others, because it's good information. And I think I gather this will also be published on our website, right?
That is the plan. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we'll get information. Like, I think as we go along and people start to look at it, we may decide that there's other information we need to collect, or, you know, some information. But the one thing I was, and I know it was mentioned in one of the reports too, was the monitoring the CIP budget. Like, I just think that might be very helpful. And I'm sure Melanie will have some thoughts on that, but anyway, congratulations. And I think, you know, it as you go along, it'll keep being reevaluated and updated, and we'll get, you know, better at reading it and all sorts of stuff. So thank you.
Yeah, it is fantastic. It will be so nice to have real data up front. Like it takes the trust in council and staff and transparency to another level. I'm wondering if someday we might split what council sees and what the public sees, because some of the stuff the public, like CIP, they wouldn't know what it is, right? So maybe there's just some internal and some external. I don't know. Any other questions? Yep, Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you again, Kathy. That's certainly a very positive step. Under roads, percentage of kilometers good condition. Can we break that down to gravel as well. Or add gravel, sorry.
That is a pavement condition index, so yes, I'll see what we can do for gravel.
Anybody else? Councillor Suter?
Well, it was interesting that you said what you heard at a seminar. These are not to answer questions, but to provoke questions or to initiate questions. And I also noticed that you said you discussed many ways of trying to create a framework that would help and landed on 3 as a perfect number. In some cases, though, it doesn't look as if these things are connected at all. And you sort of question, is that really the most significant thing that is done? For example, the clerk's department. This seems to only cover about 8 to 10% of the work that is done by the clerk's department. We know they work very hard. We know they do it very well, but it's far more than giving out licenses, etc. And I just wondered if you'd be willing to talk to me somewhere later this week about some of these, and maybe consider 4 as a magic number instead of 3 or 2.
Deputy Mayor.
I'm just wondering on the timeline for council feedback.
We can take as long as you need.
Starting now, eh?
Sure. Yes.
So we have time during next week to reply.
Yes, for sure.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're gonna move things along. Are we all good? So we're just receiving that as information for now. Oh, you've got it there. Recommended motion is that Committee of the Whole recommend Council receive the draft performance measurement dashboard as presented, and that Committee of the Whole recommend Council direct staff to prepare and publish the dashboard for public review on the municipality's website, and that Committee of the Whole recommend Council direct staff to update the dashboard data annually for publication. Receive. Prepare for publishing but not publish. Yeah, right? Yeah, okay. Prepare and publish. Does somebody want to make that motion? Councillor Holmes, second. Mayor Lowry, okay. Questions?
If we agree to this now, does that mean the comments that we've had are not going to be included?
I'm
If
sure
so-
Kathy will include them. Yep.
You will include them, Kathy?
I will. I've taken notes from everything that's come today, and I know I will hear from a couple of councillors in between, and I'm happy to make sure all of that feedback is incorporated before we publish.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sure there'll be many tweaks along the way as we get comfortable with it, like Councillor Holmes said. So does someone want to make that motion? Oh, sorry, we're at questions. Okay, all in favor? And that carries. Thank you very much. And we're on to what I thought was the big one, but I don't know. We've had a lot of discussions tonight. 5.3 development charges, front-ending agreement policy. Back to Director Knight.
Thank you, Chair. I have a short presentation. Before you is a draft front-ending agreement policy that has been proposed by staff. Essentially, to give a little bit of background, Front-ending agreements are authorized via the Development Charges Act. So it is a legal agreement between the municipality and a developer or a number of developers to allow a developer to complete a capital project ahead of the municipality's schedule. The agreement details the works that are being completed and how the developer would be paid back for that work. So there's sort of two common ways that a developer can be repaid for the work. One is through development charge credits that are given at the building permit stage, and the other is through a reimbursement plan, and that would be repaid at certain intervals of time, or there can be a combination of both of those as mechanisms to repay the developer. So the purpose of the policy is really just to outline what the municipality's expectations are for front-ending agreements, and as well as what the process would be. So the policy starts out obviously with applicability and scope. So one piece is that they can be development charge eligible projects, but they can also include non-development charge eligible projects. And a good example of that is actually a project that we were just discussing with a developer where they have to do some sewer improvements in within an existing right-of-way. And as part of that, they have proposed to the municipality to actually correct the distance or the placement of the water main and the sewer main. So they only have to upgrade the sewer main, but if the municipality wanted to at that time, we could include that as part of the front-ending agreement, and they could do those works on behalf of us. The correction of the alignment of the water main in relation to the sewer main is not something that's DC eligible. So that's an example of something that could be also included in the agreement. And then, of course, we have some guiding principles that that provide a bit of a framework of what would be applicable and what the goal is of the front-ending agreements. And then there's some very specific details about what could be inside in the actual physical or actual agreements between the municipality and the developer, and those would be mandatory requirements. Again, how those credits and reimbursements would happen, and then how the process flows through through the developer tendering, contracting the project, as well as requirements in terms of what's required through the project delivery, what type of securities and fees are collected, and then when the agreement is completed. So the process that's proposed by staff is that council would be required to review and approve every front-ending agreement. So this isn't something that that staff would complete with the developer. We would come forward likely as a package staff report at the time that a developer has cleared the conditions and has requested to enter into a subdivision agreement with the municipality. So that would be a package presented to council, and then a draft front-ending agreement would be part of that, so that council could understand what the capital works are being proposed to be front-ended, and then how that work would be repaid to the developer. I do want to highlight there may be certain circumstances where a developer wants to enter into a front-ending agreement before the subdivision agreement is finalized. So there may be a circumstance when that happens. But again, we'd be coming forward to council with that draft front-ending agreement for your review and approval before entering into the agreement with the developer. The purpose of the policy really is to provide not only staff but council clear direction, establish a framework of how the agreements are to roll out, and then also making sure the developers have the right expectations as well, and of course transparency to the public too, to understand sort of how development rolls out and what works are the responsibility of the municipality or a developer. In terms of comments, I believe committee was circulated the comments from the Lanark Ladies Home Builders Association. Those comments were a result of a meeting that we had with the Home Builders Association on their after their review of the policy. They were quite comfortable with the policy. I know the comments it seemed like a number of them, but most of them were actually just clarification of the policy, ensuring we had the right wording in certain areas. But overall, the home builders are very supportive of having this policy. They agree it provides a very clear, transparent framework, lays down the expectations of all parties to be involved. So they were quite happy to work with staff to incorporate their comments throughout July, and then be able to return to council in August with a finalized policy. And I'll end my presentation there.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Torrance?
Can you go back 2 slides, please, Melanie? There. Is there any time, I'm not sure if this is, anyways, is there any time that this could be construed as sole sourcing to a developer to do works that, that it's not that they don't need to be done, but if they say, well, we'll do them so that our development can go ahead, are we in fact sole sourcing a project that would have been covered under development charges that we would have put out to open tender later on in the process? And if so, like how big could that get? Like if developer John Henry comes forward and says, I will build the sewage treatment plant for you, and so that I can do this development, and then you can pay me back over the next 5 years. That's sole source, a very large piece of infrastructure. So anyway, I just wondered if at any scale, could it be considered sole sourcing?
We do have through Chair, we do have provisions in the policy that speak to our procurement policy, and that is one area that the home builders do want to chat with us about how they go about sourcing the work. And so first I would say, no, I don't think it doesn't conflict with our procurement policy, because we've basically laid it out for them that they have to do a very similar process that we would do in terms of securing a contractor to do the work. One issue that the home builders raised was when the builder and the developer are the same company. And the issue there is that you're going to, instead of having a developer who might hire company X, Y, or Z, depending on who submits the tenders, they actually want to do the work themselves because they're both the developer and the builder. And I think that's something that we can build into. They've given us some examples from other municipalities about how that policy works. And essentially it's required on them to prove that what they're providing in terms of the costing and everything, it's up to them to provide audited statements to show that it actually is a fair and competitive rate. So a couple of things we need to work through with them on that, with making sure that we're aligning ourselves with our procurement policy and we're not overstepping. But I take your point, and it has been a topic of conversation with the home builders about exactly how to work that out. Front-ending agreements are quite common in larger municipalities. So we've got lots of examples from other municipalities about how to work those requirements into the agreements.
Any other questions? Just in the interest of, okay, go ahead. I was going to say, in the interest of time, if we're good to make the motion, and follow-up questions could be sent to Melanie, but we'll go ahead if you got some quick stuff to.
Melanie, how common is the front-end agreement?
Through you, Chair, it's quite common in the larger municipalities. It really it requires a developer who has the capacity to be able to do the work ahead of time and then get paid back over a period of time. So it's not something that typically smaller developers would opt into. It's something that you're going to see larger developers who have more capacity to be able to do the work ahead of time.
Thank you, and I don't want to hold up council anymore.
No, I want to get to as much as we can, and I know Councillor Torrance has a motion on the floor. Yeah.
I'll be really quick. Yeah,
Yeah.
I talked with Melanie about this and I'm in a complete agreement with
Yeah.
passing it. But perhaps we could just give some direction to kind of clarify that, you know, that staff would be talking to the Builders Association and making the tweaks and coming back. So just so, you know, we know exactly what we're doing here. Thanks.
Fantastic. I think this is fantastic. Another way to get things moving quickly. So the recommended motion is that Committee of the Whole recommend Council approve the development charges front-ending agreement policy similar in effect to attachment A. Is there a mover and seconder? Councillor Holmes and Councillor Suter, all in favor? And that carries. Thank you. Okay, we are on to the SIP, Community Improvement Plan Amendment Housing First Land Sale Program, and we're handing the torch over. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Okay. Thanks, Councillor Suter. Take care. Let us know if you need anything. Drew, over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just have a very brief presentation, mainly recapping the information that was presented during the public meeting regarding the CIP amendment. Just as a quick overview, the Municipal Act has specific provisions prohibiting the municipality from bonusing commercial enterprises. That generally includes any sort of conveyance of property, either real property or money. The exception to that is when it's done under the framework of a community improvement plan under the Planning Act, which essentially allows council to establish a framework for community improvements, including elements but not limited to facade improvements, accessibility improvements, brownfield remediation, and most relevantly, affordable housing. So council will recall that they adopted a CIP as one of our HAF initiatives late last year. We do have 5 existing programs under the CIP. I won't go into great detail on each one, but I will mention for any members of the public viewing at home that all those details are provided on our website in the CIP package. Again, just as a refresher, for the purposes of the CIP, the definition of affordable is taken from the PPS. It contemplates both ownership and rental situations. I won't read them out explicitly, but I will mention that the PPS does consider low and moderate income households when contemplating affordable, and that will be relevant later on in the discussion. In terms of how any affordable units stay affordable under an approved CIP application, essentially the proponent would have to enter into an agreement with the municipality that's registered on title with a 10-year minimum affordability requirement. Each year they would have to provide annual reporting to justify that the units are indeed affordable, and failure to comply would require a return of the benefit. I will just note through the amendment process, we're not proposing any changes to that core framework of the CIP. So that core requirement of staying affordable would continue through this proposed program. As we heard earlier tonight from Director Knight, Council did direct the CAO to enter into an MOU with Carebridge regarding the municipally owned property at Adelaide and McDermott regarding the potential development of a affordable housing development. It should be noted that through the conversations with our municipal solicitor through that MOU process, we did convey that as a part of the MOU, we'd have to convey the lands to Carebridge at no cost should they secure funding for the development, at which point our solicitor did confirm that that could be conveyed as bonusing under the Municipal Act. Not to say that the plain meaning of the legislation doesn't consider them as being commercial enterprises, just that there's no common law decisions firmly establishing that being the case. As such, our solicitor recommended that the conveyance of the land be done under a CIP program. Accordingly, staff initiated the process of a CIP amendment to add such a program to our existing roster. Specifically, there'd be 2 streams associated with this program. One where development would include only affordable units. In such cases, the purchase price of the municipally owned lands could be reduced by 100% or $1. The second stream does contemplate situations where private developers may have interest in pursuing affordable projects, but their pro formas won't allow for 100% affordability. In such cases where market units or non-residential units are included in the development, the purchase price would be prorated according to the gross floor area of the affordable units relative to the entire development. There's additional eligibility criteria associated with those 2 streams, specifically that the cumulative gross floor area of all affordable units shall be no less than 66% of the total GFA of the development. The thinking behind that was typically in Almonte, we only permit up to 3 stories. If a private developer was to propose non-market units or some other sort of use in the development, one of those floors could be something else, but 2 would have to remain affordable. As originally proposed during the public meeting, there was an added criteria that no less than 10 affordable units be developed under this program. Staff are proposing that actually be removed, given that limits the amount of development possible for smaller parcels. Sometimes limited number of units could be possible given the lot size. So we felt that 10 units was limiting the potential for applicants to propose viable development on those lots. We do feel that the 66% will still maximize the number of affordable units on the property. In addition, the Municipal Act requires us to have a bylaw regulating or setting out the processes for land sale of municipally owned properties. Accordingly, we're proposing an accompanying amendment to our land sale bylaw, which I'll talk about more in the next slide. But it's important to note that as we're proposing this program, the CIP, only lands specifically denoted on a schedule within the land sale bylaw would be eligible for an application. So essentially, a proponent couldn't apply for this program for any municipally owned land. It's only set number of parcels according to the bylaw. Just on that note too, so council will recall that under the HAF initiatives, they also rezoned 7 municipally owned properties for housing. The Adelaide and McDermott sites are 2 of those 7. Staff are proposing that 6 of the total properties make up the initial offering under this program. The State Street property is not proposed to be added at this time to preserve council's flexibility to pursue a market sale of that property to assist with the debt financing of the new daycare. Just to give a verbal overview of how the application process would work. A proponent would submit a CIP application proposing the development on a specific parcel of land denoted in the land sale bylaw. If that parcel is not currently in that schedule, they could make a delegation to council prior to asking that it be added on prior to making the formal submission. At that time, should the parcel be added on the land sale bylaw or existing, an agreement of purchase and sale would be required should council approve the application, and conveyance of the land wouldn't occur until occupancy of the affordable housing units. There is one important exception to this. In some cases where higher levels of funding are secured, such as CareBridge, they may have requirements to acquire the land prior to the actual development. In such cases, we're proposing that council have discretion to authorize the conveyance prior to occupancy of the units, but that would need to be secured through an agreement. We did circulate the proposed amendment both to MMAH as well as our municipal solicitor. Both parties did have minor comments regarding the existing CIP framework, but none related to the proposed amendments. These comments were generally in relation to the statutory framework. Specifically, the existing CIP references rebates, whereas the Municipal Act explicitly allows us to give grants and loans under a CIP to circumvent bonusing. In addition, there were recommended additions to strengthen the connection to Lanark County as our local service provider. Although there were no comments provided at the public meeting, a nonprofit developer did follow up with staff following the meeting to provide comments. Again, it wasn't necessarily on the new program that was being proposed, but the overall framework. The comment that was provided was with regards to how the CIP defines affordability. Like I said earlier, the PPS ties affordability to low and moderate income households, and we get that data yearly from the Ministry of Finance. Their point was that parties such as CMHC may not have that same criteria and may use a different measure of affordability, which might consider the entirety of our income households and not just specific segments, in which case the onus for affordability is actually higher, in the sense that the bar that they have to meet is not as strenuous as the PPS definition. As such, staff are recommending that a clause be added to the CIP that would give council discretion to evaluate alternate measures of affordability where those higher levels of funding have been secured. However, it's not a default measure to be used in all applications. And that concludes my presentation.
Thanks very much, Drew. We're about, it's 9:41, so I'm going to suggest we extend the meeting for a little bit, 15 minutes? 15 minutes, okay? And then I need a formal motion for that. Can I have a motion, mover and seconder for that? And only if we need it, Mayor Lowry? Okay, no, nobody's interested. We'll see if we can get through it. Keep going. Any questions for Drew? I just want to say, Drew, fantastic work. And when I think back to a couple of years ago when we, filled out the planning department, I'm so glad we did to give you guys time to work on these things because they're really important. No questions? Okay, the recommendation is that Committee of the Whole recommend that Council amend the Affordable Housing Community Improvement Plan, similar in effect to Attachment A, and that Committee of the Whole recommend that Council amend the land sale bylaw to align with the amended Affordable Housing Community Improvement Plan, similar in effect to Attachment B. Mover and seconder, Mayor Lowry and Councillor Holmes, all in favor? That carries. Oh, you got off easy, Drew. Have a good night. Okay, so we are done with the staff reports and we're on to notice of motion. Councillor Torrance, we've got 17 minutes. Are you? Go ahead.
If it's the wish of council to defer this to the next meeting, but I don't know what is on the agenda for the next meeting, whether there'll be time or not, or should we try to work through it tonight?
I'm seeing shaking.
They're shaking their heads no. Okay, that's what I
just
so okay. So we'll go forward then.
Yeah, I think what we'll do is we'll just shorten up the reports at the end of the meeting.
Okay, I put on this notice of motion after seeing that there had been a published report in the newspaper that Carleton Place was going ahead thinking about an aquatic center plus some other things. And so I put this notice of motion forward. I worked with Jean Hartfield to be able to make it look as good. Since I put it forward, I do think that it needs to be expanded a little bit because it's not actually just Carleton Place that we need to talk to. If we had a willing partner in Arnprior, or if we had a willing partner in the city of Ottawa on the west side in Stittsville or in Carp, I think that those are like who else is interested in what we're interested in right now. The reason that I put it on is to have the discussion now is that we might be able to not think about having a future feasibility study done. If we're part of somebody else, like putting the money into a feasibility study or putting the money into something that we know has already been identified by our public as the #1 community in the services master plan as the service that they want to have, and that you know, it's something that we used to have that we have no longer. So I'm not interested in I would like us to be upfront in a partnership, not come in at the tail end and you know, try to make ourselves work into somebody else's plan. I'd like us to be part of the plan going forward to start with. So I think we have willing partners in our region. It doesn't have to be Carleton Place, but just because we know they're starting, I think it behooves us to talk to them upfront and see what their interest is, whether or not it matches our interest or not. It's very early days. I think that we know that our residents are interested in aquatics. I wouldn't say that this is anything past aquatics at this time. I'm not interested in opening up any other services, you know, that may or may not exist. This is just about aquatics, and who else is interested, and really that this is a fact-finding mission to who else is interested in aquatics and what a partnership might look like. That's the intent of this notice of motion. And that has set the stage for some debate, I guess.
Thank you very much, Councillor Torrance. I see where you're coming from. We don't want to miss an opportunity.
Don't want to miss an opportunity.
And as well, there are, you know, we have more neighbors, and who knows? And again, at the conference this weekend, you know, we talked a lot about working together, you know, several municipalities and developers, like we're doing this evening as well. And I also talked with a conflict resolution expert and you know, we talked about why not bring experts in at the beginning to help you move through these instead of waiting until things fall apart. Mm-hmm. And I just feel like all of that could maybe be put together into some sort of approach to partner, because we know that we want things that we can't afford ourselves, and we know our residents deserve it. So how do we get there? Yep. Deputy Mayor.
Well, I think the county should be involved because it could be centrally located. There's all kinds of communities within the county that are looking at pools. I think Smith Falls is one of them. Yeah. They're not really in the county, but
they're close. They're close enough.
But they're yeah. They're in the county, but they're not in.
Yeah.
Anyways, there's all kinds of other options besides Carleton Place.
And the county is perfectly positioned because of the connections that are already there. So where would you like to? Oh, sorry. Did you want to say something? Yeah.
Okay. I'll be really brief. I was going to make a suggestion, and Councillor Torrance, it may or may not be where you're heading, but I'm thinking, you know, keep the motion as is until we get to the last paragraph, and then shift it to be that council directs staff to reach out to neighboring communities, all of lower tiers in Lanark, and you know, maybe Arnprior and McNabb, to identify opportunities for joint planning for like, and the rest as you have it written, but just expand the scope of who we might talk to. And I really like what the deputy mayor just said. I mean, if there's an opportunity to do this as a county, a lot easier to plan this kind of infrastructure for 80,000 than it is for our little 15, 16,000. So that was going to be my suggestion, but I don't want to steal your thunder because that was your motion. But that's where I was thinking.
And sorry, before I go, and there are also private partnerships that could come in and do this and take a big load of the risk away if it, you know, we're county, and it doesn't mean that everything would be in this one location. It could mean that we do a few things in different places. It's a big opportunity. Yeah.
Well,
go ahead.
I had, just so you know, I had already put Arnprior Stittsville Carp on here. I had not considered the Perth or Smith Falls, you know, because of the distance. But you want to know what? If we talk now with willing, you know, people who are also thinking about how to do it, we just strengthen what we're, you know, how we might approach a joint planning opportunity. If we were going to put in within the county, if you know, somehow it was thought of a splash pool here, then it can be a aquatic, like a swim center someplace else. Do you know what I mean? Like, instead of building the same thing, and then regionally we have options, which becomes a really special thing, that there are options available. So it opens up that can of opportunity. I note that the developers who are working in Mississippi Mills right now are also working in Arnprior, and we see in the city of Ottawa so many times those developers' names are on those pools, and so that's, you know, like, if we know that they're working between Arnprior and here, I think we should be talking to them. And I don't actually know what the state of the pool is in Arnprior right now. I assume it's also up for a little bit of it's an old pool too. And anyway, so I don't, although I put it in Carleton Place because that was where the news article that I had read, we actually have to talk to more neighbors than that. And it doesn't have to be Lanark County, as far as I'm concerned, who is our partner. It could be West Ottawa or Renfrew County, McNabb, Braeside.
Okay, so you'd like to move that motion then? And so that therefore it be resolved that council directs staff to reach out to neighboring communities to request meetings with the goal of identifying ... Okay. I'm not going to read the whole thing. Is that okay? Because of time. Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Holmes? Any other questions? Councillor Ferguson?
Yeah, I'm reluctant to meet outside of Lanark County. Arnprior is different. Arnprior's in zone. Arnprior's in McNabb, Braeside. Ottawa, all kinds of pools. Many people go from here to swim in Ottawa. And I don't think they would be very supportive of something in Lanark County, my own opinion.
I think Councillor Ferguson has a good point, but at this point, we're just seeking information. And there's no harm I think, in just seeking information, because there's not going to be any decisions made. Personally, I like the idea of Lanark County, you know, with the amount of people. I know, like, it's easier to get a grant to help build something for 80,000 versus, 20,000 or whatever. And, there might even be an opportunity to develop 2 pools, one on each side of the county. I don't know, but we'll never know till we start. So I think you explore all the opportunities, including Arnprior, because even if you don't, you're not going to do it, you get ideas. And I think that's what we're trying to do right now. So I'm supportive.
Okay, any other questions? All in favor? And that carries. So that is it for number 6. There are correspondence items in 8.1.1 down to 8.18. Is there anything that someone wants to have pulled? Seeing none, I'll move on. Mayor's report. Do you have anything?
I'll just comment about the DC announcement. I was at last week, and I've had a little bit of conversation with staff and Amos, try to get my head wrapped around what it might mean here. Maybe it might mean something with us working together, us lowering things, other communities lowering things, and hey, maybe we then build a pool. I don't know, but I'm looking forward to having the discussion with everyone once we have a little bit more information, but I imagine that's going to be a heavy meeting too.
Okay. County Council, thank you for that. County Council? anything?
Yes, I'll give you a brief report. A couple of things that were on last week was the child care growth plan update and the homeless update. I mentioned it last week. This week, the pilot project for patient transfer, there's about 40% of the patients that are non-critical that transfer from hospital to home or from hospital to hospital. So they're all added in on the, and it takes up a lot of our time for the ambulance. So they're gonna talk to the ministry and try to find some kind of halfway
Yep.
that they can meet. And development charge of bylaw, they amended it to just to come up with a standard of just because it's that year, you know, every year you have to add on a little bit every year. They and that's my report, I guess.
9:55, should we add these reports onto next meeting? You do them in 5 minutes? Okay, MVCA, nothing. Lander County Police Services Board, nothing. Library meets tomorrow. Have a look at the meeting calendar and send feedback to the clerk. There is no other new business and we are adjourned. Woohoo. Well done.
Yeah, we have a whole 5 minutes left.
I was thinking, did I get something wrong?